It's time. Hello, welcome to my potion shop. I made some changes since yesterday. We have chat, we have an avatar, we have captions. I even squeezed in the alerts, so yep. I'm proud of the work I've done. Today was one of those weird days where apparently I have more time than I don't know what to do with. I also played the final campaign, well, the final session of a campaign I was in for 3 years. It was spectacular. I loved it. I loved it. So yeah, I'm still writing that high. My character dealt the final blow to the big bad with the assistance of one of my party members. They gave me a hero point, and I shot a thing, which first of all, I had minus like on accuracy because of the range. Like it was over 30 feet. So yeah, it was a Hail Mary, and we did it. It was so good. Yep. So yeah, it was my first campaign that I finished completely, and but it was yeah, yeah, so good. Hmm. Anyhow, we should start with our day. It's day 35. So obviously we're gonna start in the garden, collecting our little plants. Look how adorable this is. I am obsessed with this update. Literally obsessed. I'm like growing my little garden and stuff. And our hairy bananas are mature. I love that for us. I think at some point we won't need 3 of these, but now we're using them still. Let's see what we have. We have the dwarf. Bro Stons, is it hard for you to carry all that? No, okay, that was... Show me your goods. How much money? Okay, I have enough money. Maybe I should buy all 5 of these. I don't think I'm gonna be buying 14 of these, but... 6 seems like an adequate number. Or maybe I can buy all of them. Yeah, freak it. We're gonna haggle for even a lower price. Yeah, that's a steal. Thank you, Mr. Dwarf. Well, hello, Honeybun. I never could have imagined that the new alchemist would turn out to be so cute. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. I, um, I made this outfit myself. My name is Madame Twerk. Okay, sorry. I was not prepared for that. Madame Twerks, okay. And I'm the owner of the best entertainment establishment in town. I hope we'll be friends. For now, could you give me a medicine of some sort? One of my best workers has gotten completely exhausted and sick. Oh, my girls really don't take care of themselves. Healing potion? Yeah, I have plenty of those. There you go. Oh shit, I wanted to ask her about her establishment. Shit. Okay, next time. Alchemist. I'm a battle mage and I often need restorative potions after a fight. Do you have anything I can use? I mean, I guess I can give you a mana potion. I feel like I should make a double whammy, sort of like mana and healing, perhaps. Like a battle mage special. Good afternoon, alchemist. I was down at the tavern recently and they gave me a steak there, which made me feel sick. It turns out that they fried the steak with garlic, and I have garlic intolerance. I immediately start feeling sick because of it. I just can't seem to get better. Maybe you have a potion for that? Garlic intolerance? Well, yes. It's probably an allergy or something like that. Or maybe it's stomach trouble. Sure, sure. Well, try with this. It doesn't have any garlic in, so it should help. Sorry about the cough. You have healing potions, right? I'll take one bottle, just to have on hand in case I need it. Don't mind if I do sell you one. I'm working on creating a new artifact, an invisibility cloak. I'll need some kind of potion that conceals things from for the enchantment. Oh, I actually have one. Here you go. Oh, hello there. What kind of potion do you need? You recently learned of a new spot for collecting plants, but the shortest route is across the steep slope. Going around would take half a day, blah blah blah. I mean, I'm thinking levitation could help, probably, right? Here you go. Now, what you got for me? Oh, I have a lot of life leaves. Honestly, I don't need much. I guess I will take dream beads. Ooh, feather blooms. All of them, please. Yes, thank you. Okay, that's quite a lot, but we need it, okay? It's a crucial step in a lot of our potions. Thank you. Goodbye. I need a potion that I can use instead of a torch or a lantern. Okay. I have a potion just for you. There you go. Geralt, you're back. Hello there. Hello, alchemist. I'm going on a ghost hunt soon. This particular undead is invulnerable to steel, but unfortunately not to magic. Oh, but fortunately not to magic. Give me a potion that imbues my blade with magical power, and I will toss you a coin. Do you have any ingredients for sale? Not yet, but I plan to start selling various rare monster parts soon. They will definitely come in handy for alchemy. Ooh, okay, that's cool. Thank you, Geralt. Magical energy. I could give you mana drop. No, you don't want mana drop. Okay. How about this? Excellent. This potion is perfect. There we go. Alchemist, do you have any healing potions? I could use a bottle. Why, of course. There you go, a bottle for you. I need a potion that will increase my endurance. Your endurance. Perhaps? Yeah, there you go. I want to coat my weapons with the potion that will help me when fighting ice monsters. Ooh. Oh, actually, I think I can make it now. No, I cannot. Give me a second. Oh, I don't mind. If you want to, go right ahead. Thank you. Thank you for asking. It's very nice. So yeah, we need to concoct, yeah, some fire potion. Now this, if it goes here, It's not gonna be enough for a 3-star potion, I think. Like, if I actually go here and do that. I mean, it's a good backup, I guess. I can save it just because I don't have the ingredients that I need right now, so there you go. I need a potion that can break the thick shell of a monster. Oh, and don't give me any of your weak potions. I need the best, and I'm willing to pay handsomely. Okay, a potion that can break a thick shell of a monster. Strength? Nope, not strength. Okay. Oh, I'm dumb. Explosions, of course. It's always explosions. Howdy. So have you thought of expanding the garden? Maybe we can dig you a cave for growing mushrooms. What do you do in your spare time? I like making chairs, tables, and shelves. I love fishing. I also dream of digging a huge underground maze one day, but I doubt I could handle a project like that by myself. No, I could definitely help with that. What you're selling right now? Ooh, I don't think I have enough money for that. I would if I didn't buy literally all of the wind blooms. But it had to be done, you know. It had to be done. Oh, I thought he had like shorter console tables that come up to here, but I guess not. Oh well. Thank you for your time, Mr. Minotaur. Okay. Well, I guess it's sleepy time then. Well, we can level up. We do have 2 points. Trading or charisma? I think 1 in both, like there. Ooh. Okay. This is nice. Oh, okay, I see. So when I unlock here, that. Okay. Maybe something like that. Well, okay, I think this is fine. Oh, maybe I need to update the herb growth. And how is my mushroom growth? Oh, it's 2. Okay, so tomorrow, I guess. The new day begins. Let's harvest our little garden. Bum, 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 you know, life be lifing. It's been eventful. Let's see. Nothing like too eventful, but also kinda. Like a lot of things have been going on, so. Oh, hello you. You're back. How is my research going? It's going great. How is your research going? Oh. Why is it 7K? I don't remember it being so expensive. God darn it. I can't bargain for either of those. How about you come back some other time? Thank you. Dangerous potion with only a one type of ingredient. I got you, boo. I got you. There, how is this? Good, good. Well, explosions. That's always the answer. A potion that can make you agile as a lynx. This? Yeah, yeah. Something to make your horse run like a wind. Higher grade. What grade is this? Oh, it's 2. Oh, well, sorry. That's what we have at the moment. Yeah, we really didn't talk in ages. That is true. I drank all of the coffee, but it's a bad idea to make more coffee right now. Because I have to go to the doctor tomorrow, so I need to get sleep at some point. So I think I'm gonna stick to tea. Okay. Yeah, I got a thing for you. Here you go. Oh, with multiple effects. Come on. Come on. Because you're gonna want like 5 effects on it, and no. I'm not doing that. You need a potion that will make you strong. This one is pretty straightforward. Oh, a weak potion. Okay, okay. I got you, I got you. You want to be just a little strong. Well, since you're so nice and stuff, let's make you a little strong. You know, the issue here now is that I think this is in a right place to get this 3-star one. That's... Oh no, maybe it's not. It's so close. Oh well, next time. But she did want a weak one. It's okay, we will attempt the weak one. Maybe not. Let's see. Okay. So if I can get this just right. Okay, it touched both of the things. Yes. I will attempt this again, but this is the optimal strength potion. We're gonna save it like this for now. And now we're gonna attempt to make the weak one. Oh. It's okay. We don't have to like care too much about how this goes. Okay, so you just have to touch. There you go. Okay, okay. So the weak one, it's this one. There you go. Why are you always selling different herbs? You don't gather the same ones every day. You know a lot of good spots, but they're far apart. Yeah, okay, yeah. That's very fair. Yes! Healer's headers. They're kind of expensive now. It's also dragon peppers. It's okay, I'm just gonna take healer's headers, but these are some very good plants. Like this, this, this. This is even like grasping roots, but we have grasping roots, so it's fine. Like, these are gonna be very handy later on. I need a potion that will protect me from different dangers during battle. They say that this kind of potion isn't really a potion without mushroom. If you can, add at least one. I'll pay extra for a potion with multiple effects. Okay, do you have mushroom? Maybe. No, you don't. Um, this is like a perfect hunting potion because it has everything. Now, fuck it. I'm gonna give you that. Trust me, it's gonna work. Potion that will make you braver in battle. Rage, perhaps? Yeah.
Jessica Ferrum just followed.
Thank you for the follow, Jessica. It will work. It will work. Like, listen, the fact that he thinks like it has to be, well, it has to have these ingredients to work. It's bonkers. Okay. Like, I'm the alchemist here. I know what I'm doing. But yeah, welcome in, Jessica. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a lovely day. You want a potion that will make you stronger in battle. You want to be stronger and faster. Wait. I got a perfect one. I'm gonna brew 10 of those because... It's Dave the Diver! You're doing alright, just have a slight headache. Yeah. I feel you. Headaches are a curse of nerdy stuff. Well, hopefully it goes away soon. I don't really know how Dave the Diver sounds, but I'm gonna try to channel the inner Dave the Diver. Greetings, alchemist. I have just arrived in this land. I've heard that you've got an unusual lake here, full of all kinds of mysterious creatures. As a professional diver, I couldn't miss the opportunity. There's sure to be lots of delicious fish here too. Well, I want to make my first dive and have a look around as soon as I can, and it would help to have a potion of some kind. So I'm more quick and confident when I'm moving underwater. Do you have something like that? A professional diver? Well, yes, I'm a professional diver. Grumbles that he had to do all sorts of things instead of diving lately. Anyway, I can dive underwater in my diving suit and breathe using a pair of special tanks that I spent an enormous amount of gold upgrading. But it was worth it. You can find lots of interesting and, Lix's lips, tasty things down there. Okay, so you want to be faster. Well, I have this one. I hope it will do. Oh, this potion will do. But I would pay more for something higher grade. Yeah, this one you will have to do for now. Okay. Think you ate something off and now your stomach aches mightily. And you're flatulent. You're not gonna die. Just take a few sips of this for 3 mornings and you'll be fine. You need a potion that will protect you against blows in melee combat. You'll pay extra for multiple effects. Well, I got this one. No, this is all the extra effects you get. I'm sorry. Hello, how is it going? You're not forgetting to water the plants in the garden, are you? Perhaps you need a spare watering can, in case you lose yours. No, mine is fine, thank you. What do you eat? I eat normal food, like fruit, vegetables, nuts, fish, meat, and all that. The fact that I maintain nature's balance doesn't mean I don't eat meat, for instance. I hunt, as well as gather and grow lots of vegetables and fruit in my grow. I occasionally buy things from people, but I'm generally self-sufficient in that regard. It's better to have nuts in a tree hollow than to chase the cucumbers of others, as they say. He has some interesting wisdoms. Wait. We can get the Dream Beat and the Blood Thorn. Well, we have these two. I don't think we have these two. So let's haggle. There we go. It is a deal. And are you our final person of the day? Yes, you are. Okay. Well, let's restock stuff. Because our shells are getting a little empty there. Okay, we need some lights. I think we're gonna do 10 because definitely need some explosions. Some frost. Some lightning. I'm gonna brew some more fire just to have. Healing potions are always a must. I think we're good actually on... Yeah, we have 5 mana potions. So I think we're good there. We have one of these. It's fine. Oh, they definitely need more slowness. And I think we need some wild growth. We're good on toxins. Okay, but this is the optimal strength one. So I will erase this recipe, yes. Because now we have this one. So you can go here and you can go here. It was one of the long labels. Which one? This one, I think? Perhaps. Stretching, stretching. Thank you for that stretch redeem. Okay. But yeah, now we have better strength. So that's good. I kind of want to maybe create some more of these, but perhaps not until I'm ready to create the salt, which will probably be in like 5 days. Oh wait, we definitely need some charms. Invisibility. Did we craft some invisibility? Oh no, it was levitation. Oh no. We can brew 1 potion because we're missing blood turns. I guess we can do 3 rages. This is a weak potion of sleep. Maybe we should find a way to make a stronger one. Yeah, that could be a waste at the moment. Well, okay. Let's sort this. I'm thinking maybe we can mix this shelf a little bit up. Yeah. We have levitation and we have speed here. We have only 1 invisibility. So I'm thinking I'm gonna put this one here because they're up here. And then we can put the invisibility over here. And we could put even, I think, 3 of the lightning ones. Maybe give them a little more distance here, like so. Oh wait, are we? Oh, we're low on strong poisons. But we could reorganize a little. And like put them here. In between these. That gives us more storage space. Mm. Okay, well. Mm. We have this rage potions. I think I'm just gonna put like one here for show. Uh, our bestseller. Kaboom. Okay, maybe we should move them a little bit to the side.
MH_Raider just followed.
Hello, Raider. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing today? I hope you're having a lovely day. Hmm. Oh wait, we have. I did not realize that we have these, but it's okay. I guess we can put our slowness here. We do have a lot of potions going on. Mm. Aww. Cute this kitty. No, thank you. I said the cutest kitty, okay? Please. Silly translations. Okay, restock our healing potion shelf. Mm. There's a lot of things we actually don't have on display yet. Interesting, interesting. Okay, wait. I think we could put the charm person here. Well, the charm potions here. Here. They're cute like that. Mm. And I guess our light could go here. Yeah. Okay, we definitely need more shelves when I found like one for here, and I would love to add one like shorter one, like completely short, but I don't think it exists. So I guess one more bigger one here. That would kind of optimize our space. I don't have any more shelves. Oh, I have a lot of things to plant. Oh, why do I have one more? Oh, because I'm picking up seeds now. I have chance to pick up seeds. Okay. Sorry, I'm a dum-dum. Sometimes. Sleeping potion can stay here. I guess we're just gonna have to, like, put these down here. It's a temporary solution. It's not perfect, but it will do. So I'm just gonna put like 3 of these and then 3 of fire. And there we go. I think that's pretty much everything on display. Except this one. And this one, oh, we don't have any of these down there. Well, perhaps I can take off the libido one. And I can put this one here. And then like a bottle of good stuff over here. There, I think this will do. Imagine when we actually have decorations and stuff later. Yeah, both of this like 105. Okay, we said no, this is 2 of 2. Ah, this one, yes. Quick herb route. Oh, it can go to wildly overgrown. Okay. I will get the 2 of those. And then we'll see where we go later. But let me see now. We have more things to plant. Yeah, we can't plant crystals anywhere here. So that's sad. But we can plant the bloodthorn. And dream bead. Wait, does dream bead go on the tree? No, it goes in the ground. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, we don't need to plant this. Mushroom. I have mushrooms going here. Okay. Let's water these 2 babies. Oh, you know what? Maybe I can give them... Yeah, there we go. I'm thinking I will move this life leaf, but maybe later. For now, it can stay. And this technically is not necessary here, but I think I will remove this one and then put something down here. I feel like that will be better. Well, sleepy time. I keep reaching for my coffee cup. Oh, day 37. I love this because it's like leveling me up. It's very handy in multiple ways. Whoosh. There we go. It's not that I desire it, it's more like, you know, I'm used to it. You need a potion to make your skin as strong as stone. Well, I got you. There you go. You want to reconcile with the person who is very dear to you. There you go. You need a protection potion for battles. Ah, okay. Okay, you need the proper protection. Okay, okay. I got you. There you go. Something that can help you relax. You want to get high. I didn't discover that yet, but I could. I think I know where it is. It's somewhere there. So I think we can make an attempt. We have a lot of witch caps, so let's try to get this man high. Oh, sorry. wonder where does this thing get us? I think we can maybe give him an additional effect of mana restoration. I don't know where this lands, so... Oh, yay! Okay, good thing I did not think. Oh, where do you go? It's probably gonna bring us somewhere back, maybe. Oh, no, no, okay. I think it's actually possible to do this and then like draw it a little back. Okay. Now we kind of need to go here actually. Oh, do I dare? I did buy a lot of them. Let's see where this brings us. Well, never mind. We're testing. I think if we water us down... Well, maybe if I just like bring us to the peak here. Like then it will be fine, yeah. I think so. Yeah, we just grazed it a little. Okay. Frick it, let's go with the healer's header. Okay. Tunk tunk. A little bit of water just so we don't hit the wall. This is gonna be a very expensive potion. Like, ridiculously expensive. And there is a chance that this won't even like make him high. I don't know if this is the correct one. It is! Okay, okay, quick. While I'm here, maybe... No, maybe not, maybe not. I do want to try where these go. But it's okay. Maybe it's better if we don't. Let's just... You know, finish it here. Okay. We're gonna save this recipe and finish the potion. Okay. This should help you relax. You don't have to buy very much, it's okay. Yeah, I got you. Here we go. Oh, I want to say I got you too, but I don't actually have many of these. I'm just gonna brew one for you specifically. Yeah, some other time. I got you. Oh, you want a weak potion. Okay, I got you, I got you. Fine, we shall mix you up a weaker one. Okay. This is gonna be a little risky, but it should be fine essentially. Yeah, yeah, we're good. We are good. And this will be perfect then. Just a weak potion of slowness. There you go. You know, you really need to specify the strength of the potion you want. What shrooms do you have? Mushroom. Do we have... Ooh, magma morels. We need those. We always need those. We have plenty of these. We have 0 of these, but... It's okay. I think we're fine. Maybe I will... There, to round them up on 20. And you to round yours on 50. My thing got a little bit laggy there. Potion that will help you quickly set fire. I got you. You don't need multiple effects, but okay, fine. I guess I can give you fire and light. That seems like a nice combination. The things I do for these people. So needy, you know? Oh. I almost messed this up properly, and actually I kinda did. Wait. Because I need 3 on here. I guess I can use this. This was completely unnecessary and completely avoidable. If only I had paid attention. Okay, now we have to go, I guess there. A little there. No, wait, what? How did this reach? Okay, interesting. We're just gonna do that. I'm using up way more things than I should. I'm not using that. Maybe have to. Well, maybe I don't. Wait. If I use just this and then just like touch it, yeah, that'll be fine. Yeah, we're not saving that recipe. New sir. There you go. Yeah, there you go. Go charm your little lass. A potion that will help you fly over a mountain passage. I got you. Additional properties. New one potion that is not overly complicated. Brother, like this potion alone has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. And you want additional properties. Like, no. This is what you get, I'm sorry. Oh, a dexterity potion. Well, I really need to come up with a better dexterity potion. Oh yeah, I got a perfect thing for you. Here you go. There you go. Oh, okay. In that case, there you go. I would say that was dexterity or levitation. I mean, you can try with levitation. Yeah, there you go. She likes that. Oh, hello there. Do you really think I would go and reveal my sources to you just like that? If I told this to everyone I met, I wouldn't be able to sell it at such good prices. But I like you, so here's what I will tell you. I buy my wares where they are probably a lot cheaper and then deliver them where there's demand for them, so they can be sold at a greater price. It's all honest. I might have to break a silly rule or two along the way, but listen, rules are made to be broken, right? Pushes down lightly on one of the trays of the scales with the tip of her finger. Okay, I think she's flirting with me. Ah, look at this pretty cup. I want it. It's so pretty and shiny. It's so pointless though, and it's so expensive. If I buy this, I won't be able to buy an upgrade. It's okay. I'm sure she will have them again. Yeah, you have nice wares. I'm sure she will come back with the same offer. Okay, what do we need to restock? This. Brotato! I did kind of mess up my sleep schedule. But also I'm on a high.
Chug, 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 chug.
Okay,
Thank you,
okay.
Pocket Brota, for keeping Seb hydrated.
Okay. I will fix it when I'm not sick anymore, I promise. But also I'm on a high because I just finished a campaign in D&D and this is my first ever campaign that I finished. So yeah, I'm still like completely exhilarated from that. So yeah. Even if I wanted to, I can't sleep right now. And I don't really want to. Here, all hydrated, as promised. Oh look, I have two to stock up here. Okay, perfect. Now what do we put in the middle here? I don't have any more flying potions. Explosions are fully stocked up. This is too big for that shelf. Light? There. Has no business of being on that shelf, but it's okay. It's okay, it's okay. I promise. It's fine. Well, actually, I can, like, rearrange this a little bit. So I can put these up. This better protein shakes. And then down there, what did I want to put on here? Oh yeah, these potions. Like, these are kind of throwaway potions. But hopefully they will sell. Do not. It's okay. It's all good. It's all as it should be. Listen, we finished 3-year campaign today. It's okay. I can allow it. 3 years. I think we're gonna put 2 more into trading. Yay, go enjoy your nap. Thank you so much for stopping by, right? What am I doing here? I don't know. I'm going to sleep. Yes, there we go. It's okay. I'm just gonna go through like 45 days, not even like the full 50. It's okay. It's gonna be a shorter stream. I don't know why the plant harvesting is like literally the best thing. And also it's very relaxing, you know? Thank you, thank you. Bum, bum. Okay, don't shake your head so hard. You're gonna hurt your neck. Thank you. I was too lazy to like appropriate it to specifically this, but yeah. It's the slime chat. The one you recommend, the recommended words. They don't. I just I made this design a year ago. Well, months ago for sure. Yeah, I made it months ago. It was really, really hard to make it, but I pulled it off. I made it with the things that were in the settings because at first I wanted to have it like all crooked and fun, but then I was like, you know what? Maybe we can keep it simple so it doesn't distract too much from the text. So, yeah. Yeah, it confused me at first too. But it's better because then I can just disguise that part, you know, and the messages that pass can sort of disappear behind me. Fair. I mean, you don't have to have it running, by the way. I just set it up, closed everything up, and it works. She brought all sorts of things to sell. Let's see. Oh, a new calendar. Okay, interesting. Writing implements. I think I can buy a vertical and this. Like, this kind of expensive, but it won't be of much use, but it looks presentable. No, I'm not gonna take that. Like, even at a higher price, this is not a bad deal. Honestly. You're a nature lover. She reminds me so much of Sans character in my campaign. Oh, fair. I never had it freeze yet, but then again, I wasn't streaming too much with it, so hopefully it doesn't. But yeah, she reminds me of Strawberry for some reason. I like it. Okay, I'll be with you in a moment, customers. Don't eat the fruit. I don't see why not, but It's fine. There. Look how adorable that is. Like, completely pointless, but adorable. Oh, that's interesting. I like how they did that. I think I'll put it right around here. There. Fair. Okay, my chat rarely goes wild, so hopefully it doesn't. Oh, level 69, okay. Where do we want to put it in? I think more charisma. Yeah. I think we're gonna max out charisma and then we're gonna focus on everything else. Oh, you need poison, Okay, do you want strong poison? Yeah, okay. There you go. Oh, I don't need to make one because everyone is so obsessed with exploding potions here. I have a stock. Hey there, I'll let you in on a secret. There's a spot on the river nearby with the tastiest fish you've ever had in your life. Only problem is, they're awfully skittish. As soon as they smell your boat, they're gone. Yep, it's hard to get close enough. Except by air. If only there were a potion that makes people float over the water. Used to have a road that was longer than heck. Okay. I could cast it way out there, then I got that rod hooked on a tree and it snapped on me. I'm still upset about it. Okay. So you want levitation. I got you. I know it's perfect. Oh. Oh, fair. Yeah, I still didn't get too much into streamer bots. Like, currently I'm running on practically 0 bots. Yeah. You want a potion that's not overly complicated. Mana potion, right? Yeah, this one is like 1 ingredient. Hello, I need your help. The local tavern keeps asking you to come up with a special beer for especially rowdy guests. They drink too much and accost other customers. The tavern keeper wants to be able to give them some kind of sedative beverage on the house. This? Maybe they shouldn't let drunks into the tavern? You're right. Then who would drink the booze and bring in the body? Yeah, true. True. There you go. You need a potion to help you reach the top of the tower where an evil sorcerers live. We'll have my last levitation potion. There you go. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Oh, I got you. There you go. Let's see what you got. Oh, I don't have any torn sticks. They could be very useful. We have plenty of that, Yeah, I'd say we're good on all of them. You know what? I'm not even gonna haggle you. You're so good to me, always haggling with me and stuff. Marshall! Hi, hello. I mean, I'm not that far. I'm on day 38, level 69. I just got a lot of potions. I just got a lot of shells. There you go, 1 sleeping draft for you. Hello, alchemist. I'm always getting into tight situations and in the service. Getting shot by robbers or stabbed by bandits. I have a tough job, but I defend the residents of this town. And that's what counts. Anyway, I hear about a potion that makes your skin hard as a rock. Do you have anything like that? I could definitely use it. How did you get by without potions before I came to town? Well, we used to have a healer. He often helped me clean and bandage my wounds. Then he disappeared, and no one had seen him since. Concerning. But there you go. Your vision has been playing tricks while you're out hunting. This one has magical vision and a lot of things. I don't think it has Phantom's Curse. I don't know if I have Phantom's Curse. But yeah, how are you doing, Marshall? How was your day? The guy needs glasses, yes. Oh, I know which one is Phantom's Curse. I don't think I have it, yeah. Oh, you know what? This one is good. No, you're gonna love this one. It's gonna work for you. Okay, you want this one. You want to create a new magical artifact. Boosts of swiftness. We'll have the last one of these. Oh, the excitement before the trip. I knew it all too well. To deal a lot of damage to it, I think I would go with fire. Here. You also need dexterity. Okay. Final brew 5 of them. Even though they're shitty ones, but I don't feel like... The mushroom hags! What other food recipes would you recommend? Oh, I have a whole bunch of them. For instance, here's a good recipe. For all the times of the year, dried poop shrooms. The smell is divine. These aren't those boring mushrooms. This is nature's true aroma. You can put them in a soup, have them with potatoes, and make a sauce with them. Or you could simply chew them. Yum. It makes my mouth water. Yeah, they sound delish. The poop shrooms. Yeah, I think I'll take a shadow chandelier. I don't think I have those. Maybe I do. And the foggy parasol. Oh, I kind of want the goblin shroom. I don't have those yet. It is very expensive, but we will get it. Okay. Yes, it's poop shrooms. Look. Which one? This one? No, that's mud shroom. Mushroom. Poop shroom. There we go. It's poop shrooms. Smells like poop and it's very sticky. If it weren't for the magical properties, no one in their right mind would want to pick it. Poop shroom. Oh, I do have shadow chandeliers. Oh, so I spent a lot of money for no reason. Okay, well, never mind. No, wait. This one we spent a lot of money on. That's fine. What did we say we're removing from here? That. Okay, wait. We're gonna remove you. And we're gonna move these. And then we're gonna put the foggy parasol here. Here we go. Wait, can something go next to it? No. No. Maybe like another foggy parasol. Oh well. Important question about potion craft. Go for it. Yeah. You can play it offline. I think I need another shelf here. This is getting kind of a lot. It's okay, I'm gonna put those for sale. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You can play it offline without the internet, as long as you have it installed. Don't leave the bedroom, okay. I'm not leaving the bedroom. Well, I did leave, but I came back. Which, what do you mean? This, that's nothing to worry about. Don't pay attention to that. It's fine. It's perfectly fine. Don't even worry about it, okay? Okay, we need levitation. Here, I guess I can just put all of the levitations here. Just don't worry about it, really. It's nothing. You saw nothing. It's drink in the case of emergency type deal. I do miss some strong poisons here. Fine, I'll make some stronger poisons. Oh, no. I wanted to bring 5. Oh well, 6 it is. Like, the difference between the weak poison and the strong one. I still need to give them names, too. Oh, and one fire can go here. I think I'm gonna put, like, 2 dexterities, like, behind these, kinda. So if I just... There we go. Maybe a little bit apart. There. Maybe I can actually put 3 behind. So it kind of fills up the gap. There. That works. Yeah. Oh, and we're level 70, so... Okay, 1 more point in charisma. Let's go. Let's go. We can do this. Sleep time. I completely miss her message, Broto, but yes, goblins are very expensive. For a reason, though. For a reason. I'd say totally worth the price. Look how pretty it is. The green goblin shroom. Ah! Look at this. It's beautiful. I'm so proud of our little garden. But I think now is the time for an expansion. So hopefully... Yeah. Oh, hello there. This is like the most ordinary... Yes! I want all of the flame wits, thank you. I love this guy. He always sells the things that I need. Like, sometimes I can't afford them, but... Ah, Skyrim. You got a problem. You accidentally kicked a Hain in the village, and everyone's up in arms against you. No, okay. You managed to get away, but you still need to go back there and get your reward for the quest. I actually kicked a hen? Well, yeah, so there I was, heading to the tavern after a quest, not bothering anyone, and I feel some kind of stone underfoot. So I kick it, and it turns out that stone is soft, has wings, and clucks very loudly. One of the locals noticed this and raised the alarm. Apparently, I assaulted a hen. They even called the guard. I had to get right out of there so I wouldn't get into a fight. Just tell me, who is it that allows chickens to wander around wherever they want? Aren't there chicken coops and enclosures for that? I mean, yeah, I guess. I'm hesitant to give you this, but there you go. A fertilizer for your garden, I got you. These are the best. It will heal up your plants. They will be nice and healthy. The singular potion of invisibility leaves its shelf. You urgently need to reach some fellow mages who are up in a high tower, but you haven't learned how to fly yet. Oh, you don't want any foggy parasol. Okay. Yeah. I got you. There you go. You need a potion that will protect you from different dangers during a battle. I'm guessing this one, right? Yeah. What? I'm bad at guess. Ah, yes! The rev shoot is ready. Nice. Can I see? Wait. I wanna see. I wanna know. I'm so excited because ears. Aww. Yeah, like every time I tip people, it's always like, no, it's a tip. You don't have to give me money back. I didn't pay it wrong. I meant to pay that amount of money. Okay, you need something to help you reconcile with your family. Well, it's better than, hitting a hen and then... It's a kraken mushroom! Why am I so excited about water caps? Yes, I'm buying all of your water caps. Like, honestly, I'm like kind of fine on all of these, but I want the kraken mushroom because it's fun. But oh well. Here we go. Okay, I will. And stream immediately to see the rev shit. Okay. I was working in the field recently and I found a strange chest buried in the ground. I'm thinking it's treasure, but there's a catch. The chest doesn't have a keyhole. Explosions, my dear. It's always the answer. Less clumsy. Got you. Yeah, see, I really think we should make like 2-in-1 for mages. I think I'll make it now. Because basically it's what? Just like... I don't know why I'm doing this actually, because I could just continue brewing from this point. And then water it down and then just go to the healing part. And that will actually be the thing to use the healer's header. Okay, so the key here is... Oh. I think that's good. It should be good. I don't know why I'm doing this because I literally just need 2. Yeah. But yeah, that's how I can get the 3. Let's package it differently. Oh, this one is cute. Yeah, there is a cowbell. I think I will make like the blue face and the red little star thingy. Or maybe green. No. Red, perhaps. But then the blue, I guess, that has to be dark. There. Perfect. It's not mana drop though. It's okay. We're gonna rename it later. Yep, I know it's perfect. True. There was a landslide in the mountains. Explosions, my dear. It's always explosions. Restorative potion to use after fight. See, it's good we made this one. Because it's like the ultimate combination of the 2. Yeah. Oh, because it's hot in there. Yeah, I have a perfect thing. There you go. Minister. Which color is math? Purple. What kind of potion do you need? I generally don't trust potions or politis in any kind. Never mind though, you did manage to help me last time. Do you have a potion that would let me work in the dark? It's really uncomfortable when I can see nothing at all. Well, yes, of course. Yeah. Stone shelves. Fancy. Oh. Garden expansion. Cave. It's our domain expansion. No, wait, is that a shorter console table? I'll buy 1 just to see it. I feel like it should be shorter, but I don't know. Okay. Let me just check the size. Oh yeah, there you are. It is shorter! Guys, it is shorter. I wasn't wrong. It is shorter. Okay. I'll buy 1 of those. Well, 1 more of those. Do I now put it over here? Or over here? I feel like this one is like too close to the scale. So I will put it over here. Oh no, wait. I should put it over here. And then when I put the big one, it goes here and then... Ah, yes, this will be good. Because we can have... Okay, we need 2 more big ones and 1 more small one. And then I think we're set for this portion. Hmm. For notebook. Well, purple. Always purple. And the last charisma. Ah. Accommodating haggling. Mm. I think we're gonna expand on haggling later. For now, maybe we focus on trading. Oh, maybe on crystals. But let me see our cave. Oh, does this... Oh, there's another expansion here. No. It's getting so big. Look at the pretty cave, guys. We got the cave. It's adorable. Hmm. Where do I grow crystals? That's a question. It says grows on enchanted quartz. I guess none of this is enchanted quartz. And I guess maybe there, but I don't know. I feel like it would be here. Hmm. Yeah, I don't see any enchanted quartz here. But yeah, I guess perhaps then it's down there. So we can't really grow crystals yet. Which is kind of sad, but we can plant a lot of mushrooms here. Literally have 2 mushrooms that I can plant. That's okay. That's fine. And then we'll see later. Yeah. I kind of don't want to like put these. I like them up here. And then I'm gonna like fill up this tree with all of the mushrooms. The random witch mushroom. You're just sitting here. It's okay. We're calling it a day. It's day 40. The new day begins. Look at my pretty mushroom tree. I love it. I know I'm probably getting like so annoying right now, but this new free update, it's amazing. I love it. I'm obsessed with it. Oh, and we leveled up. There we go. Ooh. Well, maybe we unlock these first. This seems handy. Okay. Oh, wait. No, wait here. Bloop. I did water them well, right? Yes, I did. Do you have... Wait. Sorry, dwarf. Just wait a little bit. I just need to restock some shelves here. Kabloom and this. There we go. Maybe a little more here. There we go. I'm running low on charm potions. Oh, but we do have a new thing to sell now. Here we go. Okay, yes. What kind of potion do you need? It's guarded by a bug. A huge one with a shell-like stone. You can't beat it. Explosions, my brother. There you go. Show me your goods. Oh, I mean, I guess I will use 4. I'm just like stocking up on them now. Yeah. Because I'm not actually using the stones yet. Oh, wait. We're missing a thing there. Oh, we don't have a thing that goes there. Oh, okay. Oh, no. Wait. Oh, it was invisibility that we had there. Wait, do I have enough to make invisibility? I do. There we go. What you need is dexterity, my dear. No, wait, what? Oh, no, sorry. Sorry, my bad. You don't need dexterity, you need haste. Which... Oh, wait. I did have, like, a better one. So, why am I even keeping this? Like, this one is so much better. This one is just, like... cluttering my pages. For no reason. Okay. I do need to... Yeah, there we go. I need to step into the back for a moment. I will be right back. I need to go to the toilet. Enjoy your lurk. It is I, and I is back. Hello. Well, it is I, and I is back. Okay. I really do need to speak up. Alas. Where were we? We could use some kind of explosive. Suitable additional properties to explosions? For what? Down in the mines. I mean, fire could be suitable, I guess. Okay, let's see what we can do for you here. And then if we water it down, and we can just basically Flameweed is rather good at getting there. I think it's like Flameweed and Fireball that we would want to get to the 3-star one. It's okay, I think just one fire will do here. There. A special kaboom for you. No, you get one effect. Some of these people be so needy. There you go. Need a potion. Protection potion for battles. You know what? We are fresh out. Give me a moment. There you go. You urgently need to bring something to the next village over, but your horse is not particularly fast. You're afraid you won't make it in time. Do we have a potion for horses? Yeah. Oh, you want a weak potion, which I just deleted. Ah. Okay. Also, I think I need to change the colors of the stars. Like maybe make it more purple and like pink. And maybe like green or yellow. Yeah, this looks kinda cute, right? Mana 1, hallucination 1. I'm actually gonna brew 5 of those. Because we don't have them in offer right now. Okay. What else? Okay, you need small haste. Which technically I don't know why I'm looking at potions here. Better blooms. You know, I think I'll need to move some of my mushrooms. There. Special haste for you. Oh, you also want a weak potion. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Mushrooms! Yay! The Krakens are on sale. Okay, we have a lot of silver shells. Lost mushrooms would be good, but oh well. Yeah, we have plenty of everything else. Do you know what? I'll pay you a full price. There you go. See you around. Best simple potion seller and best potion seller. Those seems like very good options. You want to charge your stuff with fire magic. There you go. There's this fellow. He doesn't seem to notice you. There you go, my love. Oh, you'd prefer a weak potion. Okay, okay. I got you. I got you. I think, I hope. Part of me kind of wants... Yeah. Oh, wait, I think... Because... I think I'm gonna use one lava road here. Just to get up to, like, here. Because... I think this leads into here, if I'm not mistaken. Trying to remember. This is like a dangerous situation, actually. Okay, this will graze me a little, but it should be fine. Right? Because if I do it like this, and then I pull a bit back here. Yeah. Perfect. Lost mushroom. I think I'm gonna use these. Mad mushrooms, yes. And here, a special charm for you. Something to make your plants grow faster. Say no more. There you go. Hot soup on your leg. Gotcha. You need to create an ambulance that will increase her reflexes and speed. Strength and swiftness? Higher grade than this? Oh, because you want more swiftness, less strength. Okay. Well, Well, brats. Oh, yes. How about that? There. I got just a thing for you. Here you go. Oh, the Crystal Mancer! Why are these seeds so expensive? The creation of seeds like this requires complex conjurations and a great amount of crystal to start with. The crystals themselves are very expensive as well, due to their rarity and their huge magical potential they carry within. For instance, when brewing alchemical potions, they allow for various difficulties to be overcome that would be impossible to deal with using standard ingredients. I got to admit, I tuned it out somewhere halfway into that text. What plants do we have? Oh, we have fire citron. So I guess frost sapphire, we could buy that. Look how sparkly they are! I'm thinking if I should buy it. No, I'm just gonna get the one on sale. We need to save money for our expansions. Oh, fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Ah! That was stressing me out. I missed twice. Okay, goodbye. Thank you. We got it. But yeah, we still... Yeah, this is a mushroom cave. I guess then the other one will be crystal cave. But we are sort of getting into the point where we are getting more things. More everything, so it should be fine. We shouldn't be waiting for too long, I think. I think I'll like leave a few here and then I'll move the rest down there a little later. Oh, this is dripping. Oh, this is dripping stones. Okay, never mind. Wait. Maybe no, never mind. Listen, I had to try, okay? I was like, maybe it had to, stay a day or two, but no, that's not the case. Okay. Are we ready for our day in the shop? You're back. Show me the goodies. I need this and this. Yes. I can haggle for this. Yes! Okay. Well, thank you. Let me level this up. Best potion seller, of course. You already know it's explosions. You already know. I found an ancient book with empty pages. It seems to be written in magical ink. Yeah, yes, of course. Fine. I shall make a better vision potion. It was inevitable. Oh, this one goes like here. Honestly, I could have just, gone from this point and then... But it is fine. So basically what we do is we stir. We stop here. Do you maybe want to give it 2 mana? Yeah, maybe 2. Ah, perfect. It just like barely reached this. Okay. And now, what we have to do... Well, I think this will do fine. Sorry. Oh. I don't think we actually have anything that goes specifically in the direction we want it to go. Ah. could try with this. I'm not sure if that's gonna ruin our potion or not. But I'm gonna give you a little more of. It didn't. Are you joking? There we go. Okay. A better vision. We gotta make it pretty. Let's see, do we have any different ties? Oh, we have this. This seems kind of appropriate. Alright, with the eyes and stuff. Well, I think maybe I want to go like that. Yeah. Okay. So, you're gonna love this. Yes. Uh-huh. It is perfect. Invisibility potion. There you go. Levitation. I got just a thing for you. There you go. Potion that can help put out a fire. 2 ingredients. Oh, this is 1 ingredient. There you go. It's perfect. You need a potion that will help you wield your weapon better during a battle. Sneak. There you go. Well, hello there. What goodies do you have for us? We're kind of good on good berries. We can buy the dragon peppers. I do have a lot of money at the moment. We're gonna use it eventually, okay? There we go. You want to swing your weapon so fast the enemy doesn't have time to block your attacks. Dexterity? No, okay. So perhaps this? Okay. I'm going to do it. Well, this is a perfect hunter potion, so there you go. You want to see like a cat. Yeah, we just made one of those. There you go. Yeah, there you go. You want to reconcile with the person that's very dear to you? We'll have our final charm potion. Someone asked you to enchant their sword so it could call down lightning. Oh, yes. My favorite one to sell. It's so cute and tiny. Oh, what kind of potion do you need? You want to set off search for new rare plants and herbs into deepest darkness of the forest. You think you could do with a potion that helps you see in the dark? Oh, okay. Yeah, let's give you that one. Show me your goods. I'm afraid I have all of these. No, it's Featherbloom. I don't think we have any. Part of me wants to buy 2. I feel like we're gonna be using a lot of them, so maybe 2. 2 seems like a good option here. Yeah. Well, see you later. Because we have a wind bloom, but the feather bloom is completely different. Okay. Well, time for you, Shadomis, to move. I kind of love these two here, but I think I want the green one down there. But poop shrooms stay here. You're also mushrooms, so you're gonna go down there. And I don't think I need 2 life leaves anymore. And we have good berries. Okay. And I do think we can minus 1 of these. Sorry, I'm reorganizing everything. Wait, these are poop shrooms, right? No, they're mushrooms. Okay. I thought they had poop shrooms, but apparently not. Yeah, I can't plant any of these in the cave. So you're telling me I don't have any poop shrooms. I have mad shrooms. And witch caps and shadow chantelure, chantelure, blah. Never mind. Never mind. With that attempt. Chantelure. It's okay, we're gonna level up. To this. There, best simple potions. So all of the 3 of them, we're getting the best price for them. Okay. Sleepy time? Oh wait, was he the last person? Oh. Why is there a question? Exclamation point if there's no one. Okay, let's restock shelves, actually. I feel like that would be a wise thing to do. Oh, we're kind of missing kaboom potions, but alas, maybe it's time to reorganize these shelves a little. And like, yes, we're gonna have less of the things here. But the amount of potions we're selling is also like increasing rapidly, so maybe just, you know, have a little bit of everything around. No, I'm gonna leave you here. And we're gonna put the strong one here. Okay, so these are special ones for mages, restorative potions. Strong potion of magical vision. I feel like that could go over here. Perfect. We have 3 here. Oh, and then I guess we need to restock on these ones. It's one of the most complicated ones we have. It could hold 2 invisible potions up here, but it's more impactful if it's just one. Like, get it now while supplies last. Well, Frost is kind of just down there. What else do we not have on the shelves? Oh, the strong potions of swiftness. And you know what? There, next to that one. Poisons are all there. That's up, that's up, that's up. Slowness is up. Sleepy Draft is here. Light is there. I think that pretty much covers all of the potions we're currently selling. It looks so good, so satisfying. I love it. Oh yeah, also we have an oil base now. But they are like crooked with the souls. And like a part of me feels like we need to discover these. Oh, and also like oil effect. Oh, 2. Interesting. Okay, so poisoning. Poisoning health. Okay, yes. Because those two make so much sense together, you know? We're just exploring this map a little, you know? Will you be enough? I'm not touching it. No. Oh, what if I go like down here? Okay. So first things first. It's fire. This is gonna make our journey interesting, I think. Wait, let me put this in first. So I see how much it moves. We can get one more effect. This is gonna be like the weirdest potion ever. Light, okay. Maybe we can just pick up this experience while we're at it. There we go. Oh, maybe... If I do this, would it erase just like one poison? Hopefully just push this poison back. Let's see. Let's see what actually happens. I'm feeling daring. Yes. This is the weirdest potion. Take it to your own risk. Frost protection, light, fire, healing, and poisoning. I think we need some like orange in here. And then like green. And some red. No, maybe not. Ah, that's perfect. Oh, sorry, that's like... the weirdest potion. Okay. Well, I guess we can just, like, have this here for no particular reason, you know, it's just here. If someone is interested in weird potions. Poisoning, healing, firelight, and frost protection. If not for poisoning, this would actually be, you know, a decent potion. Kinda. Maybe. No, never mind, because it's fire. It's okay. Wait, let's go back to the water base for now. We didn't even discover the whole water base, because there is, like, all of this. All of it. I know the necromancy is, like, here. And you can technically get to it without the... Anyway. Sleep time. 4 more days to go. And then it's real life sleep time too. The new day begins. You know what? I'm getting kind of thirsty. Let me drink up before we harvest our pretty plants. Look, guys. Our feather blooms are fully grown. I'm so proud of them. They look so pretty. I'm trying to hydrate, but also pretty plants. Okay. Well, hello there. You need a potion that you can use to make your weapon burn your enemies with fire. Yeah, of course. I got you. I think I even have some here. There you go. Greetings. Madame Twerks, the owner of the local brothel, came to me and asked me to come up with a special beer for her establishment that helps her client feel liberated and awaken their inner beast. Hehe. I have the beer, but I don't know about inner beast. Do you know anything that could make it wilder? I mean... perhaps? Oh, okay. Not potion of rage. Then this. Does the city have a brothel? I mean, we literally met Madame Twerks. Yes, and it isn't bad. The girls are gorgeous, and also, actually forgot what else. My friend told me all about it. Sure, your friend. Alchemist, I have a problem. I'm incredibly clumsy. Do you have a potion that can fix that? I don't know why I did it like that. Okay. I cringed myself out. Yeah, I guess this is perfect time to make a more optimal potion of dexterity. Fine, I agree. We're gonna make a better one right now. We use... It's like cold leaf and then this. I kind of feel bad about wasting cold leaves like this. Especially since this could give us the optimal frost potion here. Give me a second. I'll show you. Maybe I messed it up. No, I messed it up. I went a little bit too low. Yeah. I went too low. But it totally could have worked, okay? It totally could have. Well, I guess I wanted to use this one for a while. I need a good excuse. Oh, wait. That's definitely not optimal potion we're doing here. Oh well. So basically what I'm trying to do is match up this... Like there's a tiny line. Like very gentle. But basically, if we match that up... I wish there would be like a more visible one. Here, chunky dexterity one. You want to coat your weapon with potion that does extra damage to your enemies. Fire is our good way to go. You need a potion that makes you feel stronger, faster, and more agile. Not a weak potion, okay. Unusual potion with additional effect. Well, you want to be stronger, faster, and more agile, which is dexterity, strength, and whatever this thing is. But I guess you would need strength to be the shining sort of thing. So strength, swiftness. So we got swiftness and strength. Oh no, because if I... Yeah, that's not gonna do. Yeah, no, I have to start with the strength one. Continue from here. Then we water it down. What did he say? He wants stronger, faster, and more agile. So yeah. Yeah, we now have our own feather blooms, so we can waste as many as we want. Isn't that beautiful? Maybe I can like zoom out a little. Teresa, please. What's going on? Okay. And then I'm thinking cold leaf because, well, cold leaf is apparently very useful. If I do a water cap, that could be very useful too. Wet and pleasant to the touch. I want to see where it grows, but okay. Well, I'm gonna brew it up just in case this doesn't touch. Although it should. Yeah, it does. Like this is even better, even better powder than we had. Maybe we can like put a bowl on it. Yeah. Maybe the bowl could be like dark blue with. No, that's hoofs with green hoofs maybe and red horns. No. Here. Like that. Okay, we need to come up with the branding for our for our protein powders. You know, I'll haggle for it since you're the first customer to ever receive this, and I miserably miss like the start immediately. That was embarrassing. Well, hello again, Alchemist. The local lake really did turn out to be very unusual. There's lots of fish I've never saw before. I hope it's also really tasty. By the way, some of the fishes here are huge, with sharp teeth to match. So I want to bring a harpoon, as it makes much easier to hunt underwater. I've been thinking that I could coat this tip with some sort of potion to make the harpoon more effective. A harpoon? Yes, I hunt underwater with a harpoon. It's very good for hunting medium-sized fish, but if they are very big, I will be hard going without any additional upgrades. Maybe I could cover it with a potion of some kind that will slow down the fish or just increase the damage to the harpoon. Dust against them. Yeah, I guess we can try with some slowness. Here you go. Excellent. This potion is perfect. I think my Dave the Diver voice is great, even though I don't know how Dave the Diver sounds. I forgot. I did hear it in like a video. In a potion that will protect you from different dangers during the battle. There you go. The Mushroom Man. Phantom skirts. I will buy the lot. Oh, that's the lot. I didn't realize there's that many. It's okay, it's okay. I'm sure you can bring that price down for us, right, buddy? Like, you know, we bought a bulk, and bulks, well, yeah, okay, that's more acceptable. Thank you. Goodbye. He was accosted by a bandit who wanted to rob you. Oh, you slipped and hurt your knee. Totally, yeah, after the fact. You need a potion that you can use on a shield to add extra protection from different kinds of danger. Yeah, I'm gonna give you this one. You got caught by a bandit's trap while patrolling the forest. Some healing potions. It's been a while since we sold a lot of healing potions. Sir, I do not agree with that, but you are robbing me, sir. Well, Oh, something with rosemary. Okay. What do you consist of? Not druid rosemary. Okay, druid rosemary, killer setter, goodberry. You consist of life leaves. Okay. He says druid rosemary, right? Lots of druid rosemary. Somehow I thought this will like bring me on point, but I guess not. Oh, maybe I'll have to do this again because I didn't do this appropriately the first time. Yeah, this is far off of the mark. Wait, is it? Maybe it's not. Never mind, it is, because now I moved it. So dumb sometimes. Oh, maybe he will be happy with that. Something higher grade. It's okay, it's okay. This one will do. You need mana. Okay, I get it. You need mana. Calm down. I got mana for you. Oh, you want a potion. You recently expanded your home mushroom farm and you're completely exhausted from looking after it. Ah, fair. You can't seem to get enough sleep. Well, there you go. What do you have for me, Celia? Sulfur shelves? I think we have some, but you can never have enough. Yeah, heck it, I'm gonna buy another dried saddle as well. I think I'm spending a little too much money at the moment. It's an issue, but they were good deals, okay? See, we can grow our things here. And we're level 77, which means one more point into the trading. So now we're at 10 points. Which means we will earn more money soon. Also, can we just discuss how cozy this room is getting? The new day begins. We can grow so many mushrooms on this tree. It's beautiful. That's mainly why I want to have mushrooms around the tree too, because it's pretty. And also I can't wait for us to unlock the other area. Because when we unlock that area, then we can like just do full circle. Like harvesting, watering and stuff. And that will be very satisfying indeed. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Let's start the day. You accidentally spilled hot soup on your leg. Yeah, I do. Yeah, what was our last potion? Like our last recipe? Oh, that one. Yeah, we can erase that one. My catalog. The 3 level of powders. Protein powders. Okay. Vision can go here. Little blue pills, I guess also here. Term. Well, technically we're gonna be replacing those as well at some point, but I guess we can put them here. Like for now. Because these are far from optimal. Like this one maybe actually. Quite optimal. This one definitely not. It was so many ingredients. Yeah, we'll just put them here. Okay. Let's start with our day officially. Doop. Day 43. Something that will help your herbs grow faster. Oh, I don't have any in the back, but I have it in the front. So, there you go. Potion for battles. No. Oh, protection. Oh, sorry. I completely didn't read that you need protection potion. My bad. I did not mean to offend you in any way. There you go. Yeah. You're going to patrol in a swamp that's full of venomous mosquitoes. I mean... yeah... I guess we need to brew up some of these anyway. There. Like, it's not ideal because we could be having venom protection, but we're not there yet. You want to charge your staff with frost magic? I got you, boo. Some frost magic for you. You want to poison stuff? Well, there you go. A small potion will do better for you. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, let's see what you got. Whirlweed. And Spellbloom. Oh my god. Buying literally all of them? And I guess dragon peppers. We should buy them out too. And flame weeds, yes. All of the flame weeds. Oh no. Well, at least we're good on feather blooms now. Okay. So there's that. That's the way I see it. There you go. Well, I'll see you later, hopefully when I have a lot of money. Do you have a potion that will help you battle an ice dragon? Okay. I would go for fire and rage actually, you know what? Let me make you a specific potion. I think this will really work for you. Or at least I hope it will. Oh, look at the reach of the spell bloom. Holy heck. Like, these are some reaches, you know? But, yes. I'm getting ahead of myself. I need to go there. A little more. Okay. Yeah, I think Fire and Rage should be good. Oh, unless it would enrage the dragon. No, he thinks it's perfect. Okay, cool, cool, cool. You don't want your horse to get exhausted by long hunts. Yes. We can do that dexterity now. But yeah, spell bloom. Like, come on. That's amazing. Okay, so we said cold leaf. And then water cap. Probably like around here. And witch cap. I think with those three, we can make a perfectly simple dexterity potion. That's also 3 stars. I think we need to go a tiny bit more up. Yeah. Perfect. Maybe this for a change. And then I think I want this one on it. Oh. Well, that doesn't really work on that one. Yeah, we have a lot of these. Maybe a round one. That one is kind of chunky. This one. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with the round one. And we're gonna give it like more of a brighter transition, like that. Yeah. Finish potion. Wait, what? Oh, that will keep your horse from getting exhausted. Well, wait, if not dexterity. Strength? Okay, sure. Yep, I got you. Got you too. No, wait. Oh, blow a hole in the wall. Sorry, I forgot to read. To burn a nest. Yeah, in fact, I think I do. Yes. Aren't you cold? No, my fur is warm enough. Fur is warm enough. I'd walk around without pants if I had my way. Alas, that's not to be. Show me your goods. Oh, an excellent storage chest. Unfortunately, the chest is locked and doesn't come with the key. The knot is too tight. Yes, yes, yes. Crystal cave. Okay. Ooh. That is a quite exquisite wooden shelf. I think I want to buy it too. I kind of want to buy sacks, but... Okay, let's go. We can do this haggle. Okay, he is surprisingly easy to haggle with. Guys, we got it. Thank you. Goodbye. I look forward to seeing you next time. Guys. I don't know what that noise was, but we can finally plant our crystals all around. How cute is that? I guess we don't need to water our crystals. That would be kind of pointless. But, quick crystal growth. Yeah, we're gonna put one because that's all we have. But yeah. I'm so happy. I don't think I want to put the exquisite shelves here. I do think... Oh, actually, let me like put all three here. Like one of these, and... one of these. So all of our protein shakes are on the shelf there. Oh, hello. One more point for crystal growth. Yeah, but that's okay, everything is stocked. Well, except this one, but... I guess we could put something in the middle there. What do we put in the middle? I don't think we have I think we have everything on the shelves. So maybe just one of these. For reasons. There. And sleepy time. I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. And yeah, we're gonna do our final day. Okay, I am back. Mm. So, the day 44, our final day. Well, our final day for the day. Because, as I said, sleep, doctor tomorrow. Hmm. Oh, you're not ready yet. But look, they're growing. Our tiny crystals. I love them. Oh, also we upgraded this. Ugh. To be fair, maybe we have some already for this. Okay, we need invisibility here. Oops. No. No, this is levitation. This is haste. And charm. Oh, I don't think we actually have any charm mates. So let's brew 5 just to have. Okay, charm goes into this little one. 1 ACDC coming up. Oh shit, I forgot where the ACDC goes. Okay, that one. Oh, interesting. What does this do? That's a new part. And this is a new part, actually. I'm pretty sure of it. Like, pretty sure. Okay, where did the cross go? Up top. Magic goes here, right? Oh no, magic goes here. Vision goes here. No, we don't have a clear vision, so we're gonna have to make a specific one there. We do have a clean dexterity, but not in the thing, so we're gonna make some extra dexterity too. Oh, okay. Also swiftness, I guess. Oh yeah, dexterity went here. For reasons unknown. Okay. So you go up here and you go up here. You up here and you up here. What are we missing? Okay, we're missing flight and vision. And we can make the flight. Okay. The clean flight. There we go. Oh, also... Where's our... Oh, there you are. There you go. So all of those are checked. Okay, we're just gonna make vision now. Vision at 3. Which basically, I guess we could... Yeah. Spell bloom our way up there. No, not Spellbloom. Witch Shroom. This is a Spellbloom. We're not wasting our Spellblooms, okay? They're too precious. I don't even know how we did this last time. I know we went here. I think we had a gentle brush with death. Oh yeah, but I don't need to. Okay. Oh, okay. Wait. Wait. Because the hairy banana. My god. Our hairy banana comes in handy. Again. Hairy banana saves the day. Okay. It is 3. Okay, I feel like we should save this one just because. Well. That looks bad. Yeah, this one. But yeah, we should save this one just because it's, you know, just one effect. So in case someone does need just one effect, we have it at hand. Okay, so that is all correct ingredients. Pull the lever, Crank. Yay! Yay! And we got 1 level, which we're gonna use to quick crystal growth. Okay. We now have albedo. It's like, oh, it's down there. It's shiny and pretty. We're gonna put it here. Well, hello there. What kind of potion do you need? Look, I keep walking there and back all the time. I carry my goods, and if there were normal roads everywhere, it wouldn't be a problem. But some of those paths would confront a mountain goat. I've already sprained my ankle several times like that. It makes me lose so much time. Could you make me a little potion for me that would make me more agile? Yeah. No, that's swiftness. There you go. You're gonna love that one. Ooh, Distant Castle. Well, I will buy the castle. Here. Fire, always. Fire to you too. Well, try poison. Oh, oops. Try poison. There you go. Scouting mission. You need a potion to make you invisible? I got you. Rat poison. I got you 2. I'm gonna give you like the smaller one, like the gentler one, because I want to get rid of them. Freezing potion. Yes, of course. Hmm. Honestly, brother, I have all of them. I am sorry. But maybe you would be interested into some levitation? And I think this could come in handy too. Hmm. You should probably try my new thing as well. Oh, and one of these can't go amiss. Yeah, there you go. Enjoy your potions. They will help you hunt better mushrooms. Hmm. You want to make some slow arrows. Oh, you want multiple effects. Of course you want multiple effects. Well, okay, wait. I think I can make just a thing for you. So if we continue growing from here... Oh, that's actually not too great. Well, where does this lead us? Not where I wanted to go. It's okay, time to experiment a little. You probably don't want necromancy. But you could be interested in some poison on the thing. I want to see what this button do, but I don't think it's such a great idea at the moment. There's some poison. Maybe I can give you some fire there. No, maybe not this one. Listen, I don't have many of those, okay? I'm gonna use the ingredients that are easier to come by. Oh no. So close. There. I will actually save this one, but I think I'm gonna like make it look real dangerous. Oh, that looks pretty. That shell looks pretty. There we go. More dude, it can't. You have slowness, poisoning, and fire. You should be happy. The lock on your front door is stuck. There you go. You require some potions you can use when you're out hunting. Listen, this thing, well, top shelf, literally. Yeah. You had an awful runny nose since yesterday. Yeah, of course I have something for you. Got you. Dump firewood. Yeah, I hear that problem more often than you think. Oh my god, we don't have any more fire potions. Okay, give me a sec. I've got some fire for you. There you go. Enjoy. Sleepy potion. Well, Did I make? No, I didn't make a better sleeping draft. Well, take this one. It's the last of its kind. You need acids. Oh, no, I have poisoning. I don't have acid. I can research, I guess. I'm not really sure where acid is here. I'm hoping it could be there, but probably not. No, I shouldn't have gone all the way there. I need something that will do a squiggly. Are you gonna be acid? Probably not, but let's try. Yeah, you're stone skin. Ugh. Well, doesn't mind to research while I'm here. Oh, that's kind of perfect. A little too perfect. No, that's gluing, okay. I suppose you don't need to glue. There's something down there. It is lightning protection. Okay. Well, this is a very special glue. Where would acid be? We will find it eventually. I hope. This will knock a tiny bit. Well, actually, not necessarily. If we just... No, never mind. Oh, it won't. Oh, part of me was kind of hoping to get this. Well, actually, maybe we can. And then hopefully if we go here. It's interesting that they have effects now. Ah, yes. And this is poison protection, okay. Does this get me where I need to be here? Yeah, it does. Wild growth, okay. Why do I feel like it should be like somewhere around here? Maybe I want to go like there. Just literally wasting all my resources. But the guy wants acid. What is an alchemist to do? Maybe while I'm on it I can see where this goes. Ah. Total waste of my time. Okay. Do not appreciate that. Oh, there's something there. There's something there. Okay, okay. Oh, and there's something there. Okay. See, now we're cooking. Literally. I think I can probably get 2 of whatever this is. Yeah. And this is oil. Oh, slipperiness, sorry. Oh shit, now we're gonna get people asking for slippery effects. That's good, right? More customers and stuff. And fire protection, of course. Totally like slippery wild growth, poison, and fire protection. Perfect. Like a bunch of random stuff. Okay, so if we go down there somewhere, like maybe around here or here. Let's see. We're about to like run into something. Oh, I totally thought that that's gonna run into the slipper up there, but I guess not. Which is not bad. It's not bad. Also, if I just bloop a little bit. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay. And then like here. Aha, there's something down there. Perhaps, hopefully, that can reach. It seems like it can. And it is acid protection. No, that's acid protection. We need acids. I'm just using like the wildest things. Those are some chunky books there. Oh, I think that might be the edge of the map. Oopsie. Do you want to go there or there? Well, I think the mushrooms for there. Well, the plants for there are more appropriate. Like I can waste more of them. It's our final day. I'm getting so distracted with this. But the guy wants acids. And I haven't yet discovered that. So, needless to say, we need to discover acid. Okay. Perhaps a bit upwards. Or maybe if I go here, I can go sideways. Yep. See, I can brain sometimes. Okay. And then I get you here, and then I go here, and then I get you here. And then we go here. And there's something right over there. Is it acid? It is rejuvenation. Gosh darn it. Okay. Let's do a tangly one. Oh, that might ruin our potion actually. Oh, another edge of the map. What if? Hear me out. What if? Okay, if we go here. Oh, yeah. And then we can do this. Oh, okay. That's not bad. We're at least getting like a bunch of experience, so that's good. Yeah, I'm guessing this one is also, yeah, this map feels kind of smaller. Let's do you. So we can pick up these experiences. And let's see where this goes. Wait, there's potions there. The decisions. Well, this one I don't want the tangle one. Do I want a cold leaf? Oh, no, maybe not. I think this could be our best option here. Like, even though we go into the thing. It all works out for the best. You are shrinking. Okay. Okay. I think since it's like the end of the map, there is nothing there, but there is experience that we can hopefully get with this. Ah, we can't. It's okay. One witch room. Major toll on our resources. Oopsie. Nope. Brain is kinda no, thank you. Okay. It doesn't seem like there's anything around here. I genuinely can't remember where acid was. I don't think we have it on the water map. Oh, I just missed like the big book. Where do you go? Where do you lead us? There, okay. Yeah, I guess I can do you. Okay. Is this a potion? No, it seems like it's a book. Oops. There still seems to be like a lot of thing up there. Aha, there is a potion there. What are you? What are you? You are magic protection. Okay. No, brother. Okay. One more effect to uncover. I will assume there's nothing like really there. So do I go down? Let's go down, I guess. Although I can sort of do the loop-to-loop here to pick up this one, and then if I do this, it will pick up that one. Yep. Ooh hoo 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 hoo. Totally planned on doing that. Oof, okay. Oh, it seems like there could be things there. So yeah, totally plan on doing that and not just sliding down. Mm, never mind that there doesn't seem to be many things there. I don't know why I just threw in like unfinished thing. Okay, where do you take me? Whoosh, here. Okay, that's kinda where I left off. Kinda. And then I can water down. Okay. There is a thing here. Please be acid. Okay, I need to get a little bit closer. Please, acid. No, it's lightning. God damn it. Oh. Okay. There. I'm giving them all funky bottles because, yes, of course I am. Okay, well, if you're not there, maybe like here? Maybe it's like closer than I think. Oh, this with a little bit of salt is gonna be perfect poison thing. Yeah, because you need to just like twist it a little. Hmm. Yeah, totally. I think this is the only one we can use here. I'm just gonna smash it tiny bit. And then we can go there, I guess. Please, are you acid? Tell me you're acid. Oh, shit. Stench. Of course it is. I mean, it's close to acid, right? Oh, shit. I didn't want to go back, but I don't think we really have a say in it. Oof. That was so close. It ain't even funny. It must be around here, right? It simply must be. Like, I don't know what I'll do if it's not. Because sleep is suddenly becoming very appealing. how is it nowhere around here? Nani? Because this seems to be cutting off here. It's not here. We explored all of them here. So I guess this stays. I mean, I guess this also, there's this gap. Let's try going down first. It seems like, well, we have less chances that it's down, but I'm using up all of my goods plans for this. It is okay. At least we're discovering the map, you know, and stuff. Which in the long run is gonna be very handy. Okay, I think we're literally just discovering the edges here. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna find anything here. At least nothing we need. I just want to take a peek here. No, it's probably not there. Like, I'm 90% sure it's not there. Ooh, okay. Okay, so I guess it has to be somewhere on that part of the alchemy map. You know, I could just turn him down because no, sir, I do not possess any acid. But you know what? I'm just gonna go like all the way back here. There's something there. There's something there. Please be acid. Please, I beg of you, be acid. No, it's explosions. God damn it. I got so excited for a moment. Well, where do you get me? Sure. I'm trying something. Please don't do it too fast. Just a little bit more. There. Okay, okay. Stop it. You're fine. Bro, where am I missing the stinky acid? I hope I find it, and if I do, this is gonna be like the stinkiest thing ever. Oh, one more torn stick. Okay, we're gonna go with these because we have a lot of these. Bro, where are you hiding? Genuine question right now. Cause like, I guess over there? Oh, it could be over there. Okay, let's go up first. Do we have something that does the loop too? Well, we have hairy bananas. Oh, maybe not because it would... Yeah. Hairy banana is not gonna save us this time around. I just want to pick up the experiences since I'm here. You know. And then I guess we're gonna take this ledge first. I will find acids eventually. Like it must be there. It's there, surely. Because like we got acid protection, right? So something, guys, it's something. I don't know what it is, but wait, I can water it down. Okay. We're gonna do the loop to here, I guess. Kinda. But we first need to do this. And oh, I don't know where I'm going. Well, you know, since I am going, let's pick up all of that experience. Please, please, for the love of God, be freaking acid, okay? Please. It's invisibility, why? Well, to be quite honest, like invisible acid bomb sounds quite unpleasant. Oh, come on. You can't do this to me now. There. Down we go. And we're gonna pick up this one and then I'm gonna move here. And let's see. This is still like this is the only part we didn't explore. Everything else, no freaking acid, man. Oh, maybe, like, could it be after this? Because we didn't really explore this part. Well, I think this is our destination for now. I don't know why I'm wasting my flame weeds. I really shouldn't. But oh well. Well, neither of those will actually help. I guess we can try with magma morel. Because like then we can do like blue, 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 and then blue, 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 and blue, 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 blue. And my last torn stock. And where do you get us? Okay, somewhere new. That's good. I hope. Oh, no. No. Okay, perhaps we go like this. There's a potion there, guys. There's something there. Let me just do my wind bloom. Could just simply go down here. I swear, if it's like the potion of enlargement or whatever, I'm gonna be so pissed. It's probably a potion of enlargement or something like that. Like, how much do you want to bet it's probably that? Yep. It's fucking enlargement. I fucking knew it. Well, I don't really have any more places to explore. What the frick? Mm. Poisoning, stone skin, gluing. I guess I can like take a pic here, but I'm pretty sure it's a no. Yeah, no. Nothing here. Brother, why? Why did you do this to me? Like, is it literally maybe there? I kind of wanna look at the hints. Like, kinda. Like, we've come so far. I don't want to like give up. Can you imagine giving up now? Okay. Where do you lead us, little whirlpool? There's like a spot we didn't discover here. Yeah, it's nothing. But we're discovering new stuff. So part of me think, did we explore all of this? Yeah, I think we did. Yeah, that seems pretty explored to me. Oop. Ignore that. Never happened. We will get to that acid. Now, if it turns out that acid does not exist on this map, I will be really mad. But I'm pretty sure it does. Like, I played this before, you know? Not a lot, not to a very high level, but it must exist on this map. That was not the greatest. Well, let's just see where it goes. There. Oh. Let's do a spell bloom. It's gonna give us a bigger reach. I don't see anything there. Ooh, that was close. New potion that does literally nothing. Okay, yeah, so far it does literally nothing. I'm hoping we get at least something here. I'm wasting my druid's rosemary on this. You guys, it's nothing. There's nothing here. Does this just not have acid? Or is it like literally in this corner here? Is it on our water map? This guy is sending me places. We have literally potion that does literally nothing. You know, maybe it is just on the water map and we just didn't discover it. Like that's a very plausible option. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. At least I'm enjoying the music, so there is that. Oh, one more level up. Okay. Cool, cool. I'm thinking maybe this one can bring us like in here. And then we can just like raise it up a bit. Yeah. And then we can use this one here. And find literally nothing over here. Yep. Where is acid? I will tell you where it's not. Here, on this map. There's no acid. Okay, you will now turn into the most expensive lightning protection potion. Like, literally the most expensive ever. For just like one singular effect. But I think we can get it to 3. So at least there's that. You know, I feel like this is appropriate. And it's gonna get very confusing. I'm not gonna save this recipe. I literally think acid is not there. I think that's our problem, and acid is somewhere on this map. Now the question is where? Maybe here. Like let's try following the poison. Let's just try. See what happens. I'm not giving up until we find poison for this guy. Not poison, oh my god, acid. Right, that's what he needed. Yeah, he needs acid for one of his experiments. He assumes I have some. I do not. But I will have it. I will find it. I will make it. Struggles, bro. I think banana is too risky right now. Okay, let's do a flame weed here. There is a potion down there. There is a potion down there. Nobody panic. Nobody panic. But there is a potion down there. Now we probably need like whoop to do like that. I hope that's fine. Okay. Please be acid. Please be acid. Guys, it is acid. Oh my god. We were looking at the wrong map all the time. This whole time. I think I genuinely spent an hour on this. I'm gonna cry. I'm like so happy we're saving this acid. It's not like ideal, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It was actually pretty straightforward. Bruh. You have no idea how long it took me to make this. I mean, I guess you do. You were standing here while I was struggling. I ended up with some interesting concoctions here that I believe no one in their right mind should use. Have strong potion of glowing stone skin and lightning protection. A potion of slipperiness, poison protection, wild growth, and fire protection. A weak potion of poisoning, healing, fire, light, and frost protection. Like this one might make you sick, but at least it's gonna heal you a little. The combinations of some of these. Oh, and of course the glorified lightning protection, like the most expensive lightning protection you will find in the realms. Acid protection, rejuvenation, shrinking, anti-magic, and lightning. I guess lightning is not good here, but it's wild. It's wild. These are wild. Okay, these are like no, all of these are normal. I think, well, as normal as they can be. Stench, explosion, invisibility, enlargement. Yes, that one. Okay, yes. Brother, I'm not even gonna haggle you for it. Enjoy. Ah, and that ends our day. Holy shit. That was intense. That was... I was not expecting this intense of a day. Well, actually, maybe I want to move like this picture somewhere over here. And then this one goes bigger here. Like that. No. Maybe like closer to here. Like that, perhaps. Yeah, it will do for now. I don't think I want to upgrade to the fancy shelves yet here. I think they will definitely go in here, but... Anyhow, the levels... 8 levels, holy shit, we got 8 levels from this. Oh, goody. Okay. Oh, this unlocks on 15 and it's friendship with merchants. They bring us more goods for sale? Yes, please. Oh, and this increased discount change. A chance, okay. Skilled manipulator, okay. All merchants have an increased initial supply of gold. Oh, they have, okay. Well, we're gonna do friendship with them, obviously. I think we need, you know, stuff for crystals. like this. Yeah. I think we need to focus on our crystal farming a bit. But holy heck. Guys, this was a long day. Way longer than I expected it to be. So, this is where I shall leave you for now. I need sleep. It's 4 a.m. I planned on like streaming till 2. Like, I'm streaming 2 hours past what I initially planned. But thank you all for hanging around. I appreciate you all. Your beautiful heads. Tomorrow is Thursday. Thursday, yes. Tomorrow is Thursday. So tomorrow, maybe I hop on with some more alchemy. But if I do not, sorry about the noise. If I do not, then I'm gonna see you on Friday for some productivity. But yeah, thank you all for hanging around. As always, stay excellent, and until next time. Bye. I forgot to add stream end screen, so yeah. Bye bye.